Warren County. This is 22 CR 0023. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Dylan Harden. Are you Dylan Harden? We got Tara on there too. I can't see him. Yeah. Are you Tara Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. We're here on a pretrial conference in 21 CR 0091. The Office of Public Advocacy is on there. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case?
Your Honor, we're going to be amending Ms. Thomas' charge to a misdemeanor and going to be sending it back to district court. We're currently working on.
What is the charge?
I think the charge is bribery. Okay, bribery of a public official. So we're going to be amending it to a misdemeanor, and we're working on it.
Okay, you have any objection to that? Okay, Ms. Thomas, they're amending your case to misdemeanor and sending you back to district court. Okay, thank you very much. Dylan Harden.
Business report and our limit to continue the case generally along federal cases.
So much for federalism. So. Okay. That concludes our business with Warren County Detention Center. Thank you very much. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jesse Turner Jr. has been transported. So, are you ready for that case, or you want to wait till the docket? I think Joel's got some kind of problem back here. You gotta check on him. Yeah, I don't garden. Morning. It's Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jesse Turner Jr., 20 CR 0003. Are you Jesse Turner Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're here today, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
This is a motion for shock probation. Mr. Turner, were you born in 1976? Last four digits, social security number 2464. Okay, Mr. Bates, you want to make your argument?
Yes, Judge, I will. Mr. Turner,
Mr. Turner,
was
you
sent-
can see your attorney right over there if you want to watch him, okay?
Mr. Turner was sentenced on this case. Well, actually, he pled guilty on March 23rd and was sentenced on April 21st. He received 10 years as his sentence. Since that time, he has continued to serve time, obviously. And I think at this point, he's got approximately 2 years, and Jesse could probably correct that since he's there in person. He's been in custody for quite a long time, even before sentencing. It's my understanding that he was also assaulted while he was in custody. I do think that this shock motion is appropriate as far as timing goes. He was within his 180-day time period at the time of that we filed it. And although he was originally charged with multiple sex offenses, all of those were dismissed. I do understand that the charges that are in front of him are serious. I'm not trying to diminish the seriousness of those offenses. However, they are all C and D felonies. Everything that this court sees is serious, but as far as what the court does see, these are at the lower end of what the court would consider. Mr. Turner would like the opportunity to get out and to start getting his life back, being able to work, make money. He's lost a lot since he's been incarcerated. I think that he's been a model inmate since he has been in custody. I know that he was a very good client, and I never knew of him to have any issues while he was in custody. Again, these charges are, although serious, are from, a couple of years ago, and he was, they are C and D felonies. For those reasons, I think that shock probation would be appropriate for Mr. Stockton, and I'm not sure if Mr. Turner, and I'm not sure if Mr. Turner would have any words that he would like to say to the court.
Mr. Turner, would you like to speak?
No trouble, I'm not operated. And I'm kidding. I can say it too, I just want to get my life back together.
Okay, would y'all step over this way here and let the Commonwealth come up? Step over this way, Mr. Turner. Thank you very much. Mr. Hunley,
Good morning.
on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Judge, other than Mr. Turner saying he wants to get out, I haven't heard one mitigating reason why he should. You're familiar with his record. He's got a sentence here, 10 years for assault, wanton endangerment. The victims in these cases were his own children. In addition to that, he's had charges of failure to register as a sex offender here in Hart County. In Hart County, rape third, including 2 counts of sodomy third. I, the Commonwealth, vehemently opposes this motion.
You can come back over here, sir.
Judge, if I may, I do want to point out that on this case, all of the sex offenses were dismissed. I do think he's got a failure to register charge. If I'm correct, I believe that was out of Barron County.
Well, a lot of things are dismissed in the plea process, negotiation process. I'm familiar with this case. Recidivism rate is extremely high in these sex offender sort of cases. This gentleman agreed to the sentence that he has, and I think it's appropriate that he continue to serve. I see no, I heard nothing about any contrition. I heard nothing about acceptance of responsibility, except you just wanted to get your life on. One of the people that were closest to you, that trusted you the most, they want to get on with their life too. You severely in your life chosen to commit acts perpetrate as a perpetrator that damaged other people. There's possibility of redemption and change for everybody, and I hope you receive that sometime, but you're not going to get it in this court today. I'm going to deny the motion. Thank y'all very much. Will y'all check those papers before you leave? Make sure I signed everything I wanted to because there was a transmission. Thank you very much. Let's go to the rest of the out of custody docket. Michael Austin. Commonwealth versus Michael Austin, 21 CR 0078. Can you let Mr. Austin center stage there? Okay. Are you Michael Austin?
Yeah.
Is this 21 CR 0078?
Yeah.
Okay. You were born in 1966. Last four digits of social security number is 7734. We're here for pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a,
Okay. Motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea of guilty today. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0078? Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
What?
Is your judgment impaired? Do you know what's going on? Do you have any, have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. If at any time you have any question about any of these, you can step away from the podium and ask your attorney. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel in a jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reason without their guilty charge against you. You understand that entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence permitted by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. You understand that? Okay, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Okay, do you have any felonies in the past 10 years, or are you currently on probation or pretrial diversion? You understand that if you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you get it expunged. You understand that? You also understand that if you do not successfully complete your diversion and you're brought back before the court, I could revoke your pretrial diversion, schedule a sentencing hearing, and you'd be a convicted felon. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now, y'all move to the left here. What's the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, if I plead guilty to marijuana cultivation more than 5 plants and trafficking in marijuana more than 8 ounces, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years on each charge, the rest concurrently for a total of 5 years. On plea guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years. These sentences are run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Pretrial diversion for 5 years. Diversion is being supervised. Defendant agrees to have that all items that are seized during this investigation shall be forwarded into the Monroe County Sheriff's Department and be disposed of in accordance with Kentucky law. The $1,040 cash seized during the investigation shall be forfeited. 85% to that shall go to the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, 15% to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, access forfeiture fund. Then agrees to waive his Fourth Amendment rights with regards to his home and any vehicle he is occupying, which shall take court costs and discretion of court, have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of, and according to law, Commonwealth of Kentucky.
What's the court cost in this case? Court cost of $220.50. Is this what you agreed to, sir? Is this,
Yes.
okay, and So you are pleading guilty because you committed the acts as charged in the indictment as amended. Is that correct? And are you doing this of your own free will because you are guilty? Is that the reason you're in this plea? Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, I've explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights, enter plea guilty to the charge, and allow the court to fix your punishment? And you realize if I revoke your pretrial diversion and your sentence as a felon, that can be used against you in the future, enhanced penalties. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll accept the agreement and sign the diversion order. The court costs here are $220. Will you need some time to pay that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you pay that at $40 a month, and you start your first payment 30 days from today. You don't have to pay anything on the court costs today. So if there are any other payments you've agreed to, you'll have to do those in your agreement. Your lawyer can explain that to you, but I'll let you get some time on the court costs, okay? You need to meet with a probation parole officer, sir. He needs to meet with a probation parole officer, yes.
Releasing the bond before we release the bond.
Well, he needs to meet with the probation parole officer over there. Now, does he have a cash bond up? Well, the court costs will come out of the cash bond then before the rest of it's released. So I'll sign an order, you submit an order. You have any particular way you want that directed, the funds paid? Okay, just directly to him, okay. Okay, if you'll do that, and he goes downstairs and get that done. And Jackie Bowles. Jackie Bowles. Commonwealth versus Jackie Bowles. 22 CR 0056. Are you Jackie Bowles?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were born in 1958, Mr. Bowles?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Last four digits, social security number 0557.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? Okay. Mr. Bowles, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same person named in 22 CR 0056? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Is your give him some of these hearing.
Okay.
I know it. It's okay. I'm gonna get you something. I'm gonna get you something to help out here. I got you some microphone.
I want to sell me on my life.
Well, I know it. They can do it. Yeah. Back when you started, they didn't have those muffs to put on their ear, did they? I said they didn't have those muffs to put on their ears. They use them now at your place? Hello? One, two, three, four. Okay. Yeah. Is that a little bit better now? Can you hear now? Can you hear now with it? Okay. Are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 0056? Okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Okay. Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice? Have you viewed all the evidence that the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I'm going to go over those rights, and if anytime you don't understand some of those, you can step away from the podium and your attorney will explain them to them. Okay? Okay, you have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering the plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to making my decision on the recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I decide not to accept the recommendation that the Commonwealth has made and impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. You understand that? If you'll step to your left there, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation? Ms. Gordon Anderson.
Mr. Honor, upon a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration over 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substance of second offense, then it shall receive a sentence of 7 years and shall pay a fine of $300. On a plea of guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years, probated for 5 years, probation is 3 supervised. Then it shall receive credit for time served. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the social services clinician and will follow any recommendations. Then agreed to have the 2018 Jeep Renegade shall be released to the lien holder. All cell phones received during the investigation shall be released to their rightful owner once documentation is given showing proof of. Then it shall pay court costs which discretion of the court and until gainful employment and shall obtain gainful employment of 30 hours per week of community services to gainful employment obtained. And shall have any drug paraphernalia that confident disposed of enforcing law of Commonwealth Kentucky. Mr. Jackie Bowles is the defendant with he's also going to be interviewed for back.
Okay, you got a DUI here on this one here, Ms. Gordon Anderson.
Yes.
Okay, you want to step back over here? You got to realize also that this DUI is enhanceable. You've had them before. But if you get another one, it can be enhanced more. Okay, now somebody inquired of me, I know he's not, what about the requirement for him to make an application for interlock? It'll be a long time before he ever get his license back, wouldn't you think? Is there a requirement for him to make an application of that anyway?
I believe that he can make an application, Your Honor. I instructed him to contact me, whenever it's time to do that. I believe after 30 days, and I'll try to walk him through the process.
Okay, well, we don't handle these too often, so I'd like for y'all to take a look at, to see what requirement we have to make them apply for them. I think Judge Costello told me who handles them more frequently. If there's some requirement that whether or not they're eligible or not, they're supposed to be making these applications. Do you know anything about that? Well, there's even some question about that now.
There is written, regular laws.
Yeah,
Usually the person and saying something
yeah.
regarding that informs whether they decide.
Okay, well, I just want to make everybody aware that I'm cognizant of that and that you all say you're taking care of it. Okay. Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation that they just went over there? Okay, has anyone offered you any recommendation or threatened you? Okay, are you entering a plea of guilty because you did commit the acts as charged? You're doing this of your own free will. Now, knowing your constitutional rights, it's still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty and allow the court to fix punishment in the range permitted by law. Okay. Is that, do you understand that in addition to the DUI that I've gone over, I'll go over this again, that if you get another felony conviction, you can be enhanced on by this plea too, on the DUI and on the felony. Do you understand that? Is that your signature on the offer? Yeah. Okay, I'll accept the agreement, order a pre-sentence investigation report, and order a sentencing to happen on December 14th. Is that? Yeah, I was looking, okay, December the 8th. December the 8th. What's the court costing this? All put up together here. $940. Now you're gonna need some time to pay that. Okay, you pay it at $50 a month. First payment starting 30 days from today. And you need to meet with the probation and parole officer over there. This was a probated sentence, isn't that right? So I won't take you into custody. But you need to meet with him over there and you don't have to give us the earphones back now, okay? Yeah. Ashley Kaysen. Where? Okay, we got Ashley Kaysen. They say she's incarcerated in Barron County. Is that right? I can't hear you. You're gonna have to get behind it and speak up.
Your Honor, I'm unfamiliar with what was on for review in this case. I'm hoping that Mr. Information will be able to educate me on that.
Probation and parole asked it to be placed
Okay,
on the
and I
docket.
apologize, I don't think I have a motion on that, that's why.
Was she taken into custody by probation parole? And I told him to go ahead and put her on the docket so she wouldn't have to wait another 30 days. I think the way it happened. Is that correct?
Okay, I'm happy the court will allow me, if she's in custody, to see the probation policy. What that agency is making.
I can't understand a word you're
I'm
saying.
happy to speak with probation and parole and see if they can kind of get me on what is going on with her.
What's the story on Ashley Kaysen?
Your Honor, she had a positive drug test. We assessed her, didn't really like what we wanted her to do. And then the SSC, once she assessed her, was afraid that she may be suicidal. So we decided to pick her up, put her in jail, and figure out what we can do.
What does the Commonwealth want to do about this? Has to warrant the issue?
Well, yes,
Yeah. Well, I know you've got a busy docket here today.
I'm happy to talk about that. I would ask if I could speak a little more. with Mr.
Absolutely. I was gonna let it fall to the end of the docket.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so I'll pass over her.
She's in Barron County.
I know she's in jail, but I'll pass over. Yeah. Joshua Ford. Commonwealth versus Joshua Ford, 19 CR 0071. Are you Joshua Ford? Okay. Were you born in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 8420.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here in 19 CR 0071 for a diversion revocation. Is that correct? Or a sentencing? It was a Commonwealth, I'd say.
We are.
Okay, you need to come around here and y'all need to move your left.
Mr. Ford, he was actually entered into the court tonight. We were just going to review it today just to make sure that we got what it has.
Okay, when's his orientation?
Decent, right?
He said, right.
Okay, well, that's a condition of your bond that you show up at your orientation, so you need to find out. The jailer seems to think it's December the 8th. Did they say anything to you about December the 8th today?
No.
Well, you need to go see Mr. Meeks when you leave here and make sure that's the date. That's okay. Thank you very much. Billy Graves. Will you get over here behind the microphone? I don't know, y'all are all whispering today. I guess is that a new technique that we built? Public advocacy. I will as soon as he goes to orientation. You know, he gets orientation, we'll hand it off to them. You can come off the ankle monitor and try to turn your life around. All right. Okay, yeah. Billy Graves. Billy Graves says active warrant out for Billy Graves. Is that right?
Ricky had to stop in the country, but he did tell me he does have a warrant.
Okay. You want to get behind the microphone and talk where I can hear you?
Graves does have a warrant out for the president. Negotiation conference with Mr. Graves not being present. However, Mr. Graves has been making much attempt to contact me since then. He reviewed the card that I had given him.
Do you have a plea today? You have a plea today?
We do not have a plea.
Okay, take him into custody. The reason we have these negotiation days is for you to come and negotiate, and then you're ready to take an action today. So I'm not going to give a continuance or anything. Christopher Greenwood. Now, did the Commonwealth have anything different planned for Billy Graves today other than that?
We need another negotiation.
When is the next negotiation day?
There's Friday.
December the 2nd would be his negotiation day. Okay, this is Christopher Greenwood.
Judge, he's on promotion or both. He is called me, but I can't answer as to where we're about to.
Okay, issue a bench warrant for Mr. Greenwood. No bond. Richard Hammer. Commonwealth versus Richard Hammer. 22 CR 0044. Are you Richard Hammer?
Yes.
Born in 1970, Mr. Hammer?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 5630.
Yes.
Says a motion to inspect. What do we have here?
We have a misdemeanor claim.
Okay. Mr. Hammer, I understand that you have requested the opportunity to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Okay, are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 00044? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully informed about your case? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Do you believe, you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution before I can accept a plea even to a misdemeanor. I need to know that you understand those rights, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything, right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses yourself and have process issued to compel their attendance, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to apply the Commonwealth prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, that you give up those rights.
Yes.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may apply any range of sentence provided by law, or I may reject the recommendation. You understand that?
Yes.
In the event that I reject the recommendation or try to enhance the recommendation by giving you a more severe sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Y'all step to your left here. Mr. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Upon a plea of guilty, confessed by lawful taking the rest of the penalty, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 12 months, probated for 2 years. Probation is to be supervised for the first 6 months. The defendant shall be assessed and follow any recommendations of the Social Service Commission. The 2000 Chevrolet pickup truck shall be released to its rightful owner with a towing fee, and a reasonable storage fee has been paid to the Constable Police Department. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
What are the court costs in this case? $240. You need some time to pay that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let you pay that at $40 a month, starting 30 days from today, your first payment, okay? Is this agreement that Ms. Gordon Anderson recited, is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
And this is a misdemeanor, so I can enter a judgment today. I'm going to accept the plea. There were no enhanceable offenses in that, right, Ms. Gordon Anderson?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, are you pleading guilty of the acts charged because you did do the deeds that you're charged with? Okay, knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up these rights and allow the court to fix the punishment?
Yes.
Okay, you understand, is that your signature on there?
Yes.
Okay, well, I accept the agreement. You'll need to meet, and I'll sign the order. You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer over there. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Ricky Henson. Ricky Henson. Cromwell versus Ricky Henson, 22 CR 0028. Are you Ricky Henson? Okay, were you born in 1982? Last four digits, social security number 5067.
Yes.
You're represented by counsel. We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have? You all right over there? Okay, I didn't know there was something. A motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0028?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice? Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You realize that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering the plea today, you give up all those rights.
Yes.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll await the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event after reviewing that, I decide not to accept the recommendation and decide to impose harsher sentence, you'll have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to jury trial. You understand that? If y'all will move to your left here. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the recommendation of the Commonwealth?
On plea guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. On plea guilty to failure to maintain insurance on motor vehicle, the defendant shall pay a fine of $500. The defendant shall pay a fine in court to the state court, and the defendant agrees to have any drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
What is the proposed court cost in this case? Was there DUI involved in it? Is there insurance? What takes it up so much? Okay. $615. Is this what you agreed to?
Yeah.
Has anyone, including your attorney, offered you any other recommendation or benefit or threatened you in any way?
No.
You're entering a guilty plea because you are guilty. Is that correct? You're doing it of your own free will? Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights have explained to you that you still your desire. Give up these rights, enter a plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that correct? Okay, you understand that by entering a guilty plea to this felony, any future conviction can be enhanced as far as the range of penalties under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that? Okay, is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will agree to take the plea and order a pre-sentence investigation report. You'll be back here on December 8th for sentencing. The court cost was at $615, $615, and at sentencing, you can tell me whether you want to pay that or whether you're going to need some time. Okay. Okay. You meet with the probation parole officer.
And I apologize. Mr. Hinton is on a single monitor. He was required to try to remove together if you needed to have control contact.
What does the Commonwealth have to say? Why is he on the ankle monitor? What was it?
He was my mistake.
Yeah, well, we'll just keep it on there till then. Okay.
He's done good. He's not talking.
Where do you live, sir? Yeah. What does the Commonwealth think?
Be found passing, so sentencing,
Do what?
and releasing at sentencing. After sentencing.
Okay, we'll just keep it on there and take it off of you that day at sentencing, okay? Okay. Corey Holland for arraignment. Corey Holland. So there's still a warrant out for Mr. Holland?
That is correct.
Okay. Jason Law says there's an active warrant out for Mr. Law. You want to take a look, is he a local resident, Mr. Law, or you want to take a look at NCIC for him?
Yeah.
He's in NCIC now.
Okay,
He's already in place, but I don't think he's been after the.
okay. Angela Mendez. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Angela Mendez, 22 CR 0067. Are you Angela Mendez? You born in 1970? The last four digits of your social security number, 2401.
Yes.
We're here for a pretrial conference in 22 CR 0067. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have plea felons.
You have a flea.
Yeah. Felony and plea.
Okay. A motion's been here that says that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in 22 CR 0067? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice? Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case? Y'all's microphone is picking you up over there. Usually it's Mr. Hunley that's doing it, but he's completely innocent today. And I want to put that on the record that he was innocent of keying the microphone. It was someone else. And you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I'm going to go over those rights with you. If there are any of them that you don't understand, you can step away from the podium and have your attorney explain it. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Your right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Your right to produce evidence. Your right to call witnesses in your favor. Your right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Your right to acquire a Commonwealth proving on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights? You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentences allowed by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll wait a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation control. After reviewing that, I decided not to accept the recommendation, decided to impose a harsher sentence. You'll have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that, ma'am? Y'all step to your left here. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
On a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. Then agrees to be assessed by the social services commission and will follow any recommendation. Then shall pay court costs with discretion of court and shall pay gainful employment every 30 hours per week of community service because gainful employment is obtained and shall have all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in court of law of Kentucky.
Ma'am, is that your understanding of the plea agreement? Has anyone, including your attorney, threatened or coerced you in this plea? Pleading guilty because you are guilty of the acts as charged or as amended? Are you doing this your own free will? Okay, I know your constitutional rights is still your desire to enter the plea and allow the court to fix the punishment. Okay, you understand that by entering guilty plea to this felony, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced in the persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that? Is that your signature on the agreement? I'll accept the agreement and schedule your sentencing. Thank you. On December the 8th, you'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer. Since it's a probated sentence, I'm going to let you stay out on bond. Okay, go over there and meet with him and get the information. We'll see you at the sentencing. Joshua Perry, Commonwealth versus Joshua Perry. Where's Joshua Perry? Okay, we got a hold on him down there.
We're going to be passing it. He's got a being held into the city.
Yeah, she said he was in Macon County.
Yeah, we're going to just want to pass it.
Do you have a hold on him?
I don't have any idea.
It would be good to have a hold on him. Sometimes people,
Actually, what Mr. Stockton notes that he left was, this was a motion to revoke probation. And Mr. Stockton really wants to see the outcome of that Tennessee charge.
that's the reason we need to put a hold on him. So get a hold on him. Hold on him. Jeannie Ramos. Commonwealth versus Jeannie Ramos, 22 CR 0041. Are you Jeannie Ramos? Okay, are you born in 1978? Last four digits, social security number 557. It's 22 CR 0041. I have in front of me an agreed order signed by the Commonwealth that says that the evaluation in question has not been finished, and they agree to set this for the January rule day. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
January rule day is the 19th. Is there any other condition of bond that the Commonwealth is interested in?
No, yeah.
Okay, you'll be back here. Comply with all the requests as far as what you need to do to get the evaluation, and we'll see you back here on the 19th of January, okay? Thank you. Elisa Russell. Commonwealth versus Elisa Russell, 22 CR 0084. Has she been served? It says there's an active warrant out on her. What's the story?
She's been served. She found it out.
Why is there an active warrant out? Can someone check that for me? Do you know why there's an active warrant out? You what? I can't hear you. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe it's just a mistake on the docket. Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney? Move forward there, where I can hear you. You do not have an attorney. Have you filled out an affidavit?
No.
Okay.
I have one.
You need to take this with her over there, let her look at it and sign it. And then I'll swear, I'll swear, raise your right hand. You swear that the contents of the affidavit you're about to sign are true and correct. And if your signature on there is appropriate,
Yes.
go over there and take a look at that real quick. While you're doing that, we'll go back down to Johnny Bell. So what the DPA is, case, Aaron Southworth. Come up versus Aaron. No, correction, that's Josh Smith. Excuse me. You have to let Josh come on up and we'll get you next. I'm over to Josh Smith. Johnny Bell. Mr. Bell, are you here? Why have you not graced us with your presence today, Mr. Bell?
Your Honor, we only had two on that I knew of today, and I had a conflict in another court, Judge, so I thought I only had.
Well, and I assume it's better to be here on Zoom than the other court.
Well, it's not, Judge,
Mr.
but
Hunley and Miss Anderson, he wants to give another court priority.
Make me angry if I were judge.
Mr. Hunley says that you're very fortunate that he's not the judge. Okay, well, we'll go ahead. Are you Josh Smith? Okay, you 18 CR 0029. Mr. Smith, were you born in 1992? Last four digits of social security 1902. We're here today on a diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say on this? You want to stand over here, sir, and you want to come up here and use the podium. You need to come over here and get behind the podium. You need to get behind the podium.
A motion to revoke his diversion, Your Honor. Checking the Commonwealth is the Commonwealth's witness.
Yeah, would you raise your right hand, officer? Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you identify yourself and say what your position is?
Chastity McCorkle, probation and parole officer, Barron County.
Mr. Hunley, you may proceed.
Good morning. Mr. Conical, in your capacity with the Department of Corrections, have you had the occasion to supervise the diversion of Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what his sentence was that was diverted, when it commenced, when you took over the supervision?
May the 17th of 2018, he was granted a 5-year period of pretrial diversion in Monroe Circuit Court. And I began supervising this case July the 1st of 2021.
All right, could you tell the court how he has progressed or not progressed since you took over his
Yes,
probation?
yes, sir. I've submitted a violation report dated October the 26th of 2022. And it lists the prior violations, the times that we were in court before, and it lists the current violations or what I have before me right now. October the 12th, he was drug tested, and those results were positive for opiates. And he denied any use, so that was sent off to the lab, and it came back positive from the lab for opiates. The field test was also positive for cocaine, and he denied the use of cocaine, and it came back from the laboratory positive for cocaine. So once the laboratory results were back, I discussed those with him, and he still denied the use of both substances.
What was the date of the usage on those?
Well, October the 12th, 2022, sir, was the day I drug tested him.
All right, has he had any other tests? I don't want to go any further back.
Has he had any further tests since that date?
I'm not hearing you well, man.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Has he had any other violations of his diversion?
Yes, sir. All the way back to 2018 when he started having the first violations. Do you want me to list those for the court?
If you would, please.
I don't think the systems.
In 2018, he had a use of alcohol, a use of marijuana.
Oh, here you go.
In 2019, he had a new misdemeanor arrest that the court was notified about. That was some traffic issues. He was arraigned in that matter, and the court was notified when that case was taken care of. And then July of 2020, he had another misdemeanor arrest. That was for possession of marijuana. He had in September of 2021, he had positive for cocaine. He missed some appointments at Life Skills. And those were all violations that were previously reported.
Right now, would you please answer the questions, Mr. Bell?
Mr. Bell?
Thank you, Judge. Officer, from your testimony, I'm inferring that Mr. Smith hadn't had any other felony charges since he's been on probation?
No, sir.
And he's been on probation around 4 years now, or diversion for 4 years?
Since May of 2018, yes, sir.
So close to 5. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as his violations, all of those have been basically some type of a drug infraction?
Or misdemeanor arrest. Yes, sir.
And the traffic offense that you spoke of, what was the charges in that situation and how was that resolved?
No registration plate, no registration receipt, improper registration, display of registration, driving on DUI, suspended license, first offense, failure to surrender revoked operator's license.
So all those were basically violations?
Yes, sir.
And were they dismissed or was there charges that ultimately?
I don't see the disposition in this report. I can look that up if you would like, but I don't see it reported in this report. It would have been in a
What-
previous report.
Has he been given any type of sanctions or opportunities to go to any kind of rehabilitative treatment, any kind of out treatment, in treatment, anything during the last 4+ years he's been on diversion?
Yes, sir. In September of 2018, he was referred for outpatient counseling. And in August of 2020, he met with the SSC again. He was referred for outpatient counseling and he has completed previous outpatient counselings.
So he never had any in treatment?
To my knowledge, it was all outpatient counseling.
Yes, ma'am. Would there be an opportunity for him to go to some type of in-treatment facility if the court ruled that through your office?
I think if he made admissions on the record today, since he denied all of the use, we didn't refer him for another assessment.
Right, okay. As
Okay,
far as,
what I'm gonna do in this case is I'm not satisfied, Mr. Bell, with you not being present here on a case like today. I don't think it's fair for this gentleman to have this hearing without counsel to consult in case he wants to testify and that sort of thing.
Yes,
So, okay, and and when we have a hearing, like if you have an arraignment or something, if you need to call and you have a conflict, inform us of it. But other than that, I'm not comfortable. Okay.
and Judge, I
Okay,
apologize.
well, it's okay. I'm just thinking about this gentleman has a right to have full counsel and have
Yes, sir.
something because we're fixing to take a serious step here. The next date that we're over here is December the 8th. So I'm gonna allow you to leave today, sir. And you be back here. You go consult with Mr. Bell before you come back and we'll pick this up right where we are right now because there's some serious things. And I will tell you in the presence of your attorney, you do need to go over and talk to him because there's some response at some level as the probation and parole officer has. You're going to need to start making some admissions or cooperation or something like that, or some bad things are going to happen. Okay. Okay. So we'll see you back here on December the 8th. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to, I guess, Dylan Russell, is that correct? Is that where we are? Is that right, Dylan Russell? Commonwealth versus Dylan Russell. 22 CR 009 and 22 CR 008. Are you Dylan Russell? Were you born in 1996? Or the last 4 digits of your social security number? Okay, you're here today for sentencing. You're represented by counsel. Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Counselor, is there any reason that your client should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon a plea of guilty under indictment number 22 CR 0008 for the charge of burglary 3rd degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year. On a plea of guilty under indictment number 22 CR 0009 for assault in the 3rd degree, you shall receive a sentence of 5 years. The 2 sentences shall run consecutively for 6 years. You shall serve 120 days in jail with the balance probated for 2 years supervised. He shall enter and complete the drug court, and the service of 120 days shall be completed prior to specialty court orientation. Has he served his time yet?
No, we released the money from the drug court program, so he is actively in the drug court as well.
Okay. Okay, there's a restitution to be paid. Has that been paid? Okay, and then what are the court costs? $340. I'll allow you to pay the court cost at $40 a month, and you need to pay that restitution. It's just $200. So I'd like you to pay the restitution within 30 days. Okay, well, ask her what it is before you. He isn't allowed to what?
But he had, it's not like that contact. That is where we like to go with the church services.
What was the, is it, what,
I think that's what the appropriate legislature for, and at times he was suffering from addiction issues, was given recognized at the time.
well, how do they feel about it at First Baptist Church? Well, let me tell you what, have the pastor of the First Baptist Church send a letter to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, and we'll consider amending the condition. Is that okay with Commonwealth? You know, I don't know what level of forgiveness they've reached about his conduct. Well, that's good. That's good, but you know, you can understand why I would want something in the record to make sure that if something happens, we know where they are, okay? Okay. You need to talk to the probation and parole officer right over there. Are we ready to go back to Alicia Russell now? Did we do her arraignment? You have her filled out there now, Alicia Russell? Who has her? Okay. Ms. Russell, I have looked at the, I've been previously administered the oath to you. Appears that you are qualified to get public advocate. Or reserve later on the payment. Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Okay. Any questions, staff wasn't at the podium, ask your attorney. Grand jury of Monroe County's returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, operating a motor vehicle under the influence, possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to maintain insurance, no registration plate, and expired plate. You understand those charges? Counsel, you acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, waive form or again arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Sign a reciprocal discovery order here that says Commonwealth needs to give you all the evidence they have in your case. Help your attorney prepare. We have a negotiation day on December the 2nd. And your next court date will be December the 8th. So both of those are conditions of your bond. I don't know whether you're here earlier today, but someone didn't show up for a negotiation and they're going to wait it out in jail. So you make sure that you stay in contact with your attorney and be there for negotiation day. Okay? Okay, thank you very much. You need to. Aaron Southworth. Commonwealth versus Aaron Southworth. 22 CR 0072. Are you? Are you Aaron Southworth? Mr. Southworth, were you born in 1992? Last four digits, social security number 7202. correct? We're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have? Okay. A motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0072? Have you reviewed the evidence that the Commonwealth has against you? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, or right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. You understand that by entering the plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply in range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, you decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Have you had any felony convictions in the last 10 years? Are you presently on probation? Okay, now do you understand if you fully complete a diversion program that the charges will be dismissed? Is that correct? Do you understand that if you do not complete the diversion program, you will be brought back to court and the court could schedule a sentencing hearing, and at the hearing, after the hearing, you'll be a convicted felon and that could be used against you in the future? You understand that? Y'all step to the left here. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
On pleading guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pre-trial converted to 5 years supervised. Defendant shall be referred to the social service commission for any and all recommendations thereof. Defendant shall receive credit for time served, take court upon the discretion of court, remain on active supervision for all restitution if applicable, fines and court also paid in full and other orders of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week of community services if gainful employment is obtained, and the defendant agrees to have any and all evidence, including the gas and knuckling, digital scales, the dime bag, 5.6, the 30-pound mag, and center point scope, both done in accordance with the law.
What kind of weapon was involved?
Down in the back. 30.
That's your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation? Okay, are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Knowing your constitutional rights that explain, is it still your desire to go forward with the plea and allow the court to fix the punishment? Okay, I want the Commonwealth to explain to me exactly again the nature of the crime and where this weapon was. Well, there's a weapon that was confiscated. I want to know why he wasn't charged.
You want to show your own? I know the gun was in the vehicle, Mr. Southworth, whenever he was pulled over and the items in the drug.
No, Mr. Southwood was not convicted of that one at that time.
Yeah, well, he had drugs on him and things. He was violating the law. I mean, you have possession of a firearm when you. I just, I'm going to accept the plea, but I want to emphasize to you that you cannot have firearms on you. They're going to go over that with you in a few minutes. Okay. There are some places, like if the feds or somebody got in a hold of you, they charge you with a firearm. Isn't that right, Mr. Probation Parole Officer?
Maybe.
Yeah, well, you just need to be careful for that. And if anybody's got one around you, I'll accept the agreement. And tell you that if I do revoke this pretrial diversion, you'll be a convicted felon. You understand that? So if you comply with it, though, it can be dismissed. The good news, it can be dismissed pretrial diversion. Is that your signature on there? Okay, well, I accept the diversion agreement. You need to meet with a probation parole officer. Okay? Make sure I sign that later. Jason Spears. For the jails that might be waiting, we just have like 4 more people here. Commonwealth versus Jason Spears for the purpose of arraignment. Are you Jason Spears?
Yes, sir.
You have an attorney?
No,
That would be truer words that have never been spoken. Have you filled out the affidavit yet? Form, y'all have a form on Mr. Jason Spears? You stay right here, Mr. Spears.
No, Your Honor, it looks like we do not.
Okay, you come over here and they'll fill a form out for you.
He declined.
Oh. Wait, okay, get back out of here, Mr. Spears. Why was it that you declined?
my mama, she failed, broke her leg.
No, your mama breaking her leg has nothing to do with why you failed to cooperate with them and fill this form out.
When I talked to them, and they told me just come in when I come to court.
Okay, well, go ahead and fill the form out then. Sherry Turner, Commonwealth versus Sherry Turner. Okay, you need to quieten down, sir. Commonwealth versus Sherry Turner, 22 CR 0076. We're here for the purpose of arraignment. Is she one of yours? Okay, I will continue that appointment. Are you Sherry Turner? Okay, were you born in 1977? Last 4 digits, your social security number 4490. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent anytime you don't understand what's going on. Step away from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Monroe County returned an indictment for failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle operating with expired license, possession of controlled substance in the 1st degree, and possession of marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand that? Acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. You need to be here on December 2nd for a negotiation date. Your next court date's December 8th. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. Both of those dates are condition of your bond, okay? Let her borrow your pen there. You got it? Okay. December 2nd and December 8th. Thank you. Sonny Voorhees. Yes. Are you Sonny Voorhees? Okay, this is 22 CR 0074. You were born in 1974. Last 4 digits, social security, 8685. Is that correct? What does the Commonwealth have?
Your Honor, they didn't feel suspension motion followed by the so we're needing a hearing date on,
You have your witnesses available today?
and not that, we just received the motion.
Okay, we'll set it on December 8th.
Your Honor, we've also been- a lot of things is going to be removed.
Okay.
Your Honor, he tells me that he saw his mother this morning and thinks that she may have changed her mind.
Well, she can call him in the Barron County Jail if she changed her mind. Okay.
As far as the December 8th date, Your Honor, what time?
Well, you set it after, toward the end of the docket. He's the custody jailer. What do you think? You think 10:30? What time do you want me to, whatever. 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Brian Walker. Commonwealth versus Brian Walker, 22 CR 0065. Are you Brian Walker? Born in 1983. Last four digits, social security number 7297.
Yes.
We're here for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We need to set this for a jury trial, the co-defendant, David Bridges, he's currently in jail, he's on the doctor's watch today, but we're going to set up.
You know what? Okay, what's the charge you're going to try him on? Theft and burglary?
Burglary, theft, and malicious possession of criminal.
Okay. What do we have? What do we have week after next? Like on the 20, it's the trial on the 23rd in Clinton County going. What about a week from next Monday on the 21st?
As far as I'm concerned, it's good, but
Is that all right with us? Okay. The reason I'm scheduling quickly is the co-defendants in jail. And, you know, is entitled to a speedy trial. Everybody seems to be available on that day.
Your Honor, if I could interject, on David Bridges, I'm representing him. I am unavailable to try a case here on the 21st. I have a trial starting in Hart County that week.
What day?
The trial in Hart County starts on the 22nd. I don't believe that I would be able to be adequately prepared for both trials.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. What about December the 2nd?
Judge, Duncan, Ms. Hunter, I think we both requested that we not try again. Let us have another negotiation date and pass it to the next motion.
This case also?
Yes,
You'll be back in court on December 8th. Negotiation date is on December the 2nd. Part of your bond. 2nd and the 8th, it's a condition of your bond. Michael Williams. Now, there's an agreed order here that suggests this should be moved out to the March rule day. Is that right, Commonwealth?
Yes, sir.
March rule day is March 9th. Mr. Williams is present court represented by counsel, so we will agree with that. Okay. Okay, is there anyone that we passed over that's here in person? What's his number on the docket? Oh, there it is. I see it. It's number 18 on my docket. Would you see if they've got Mr. Spears, Jason Spears interviewed yet. Also got these jails waiting on, so it's a good time to break. We'll bring the grand jury up here. Y'all clear the jury box, please. Clear the jury box. Come over here somewhere. Yes. Could y'all go back and check and see where she is as far as interviewing Mr. Can we get a bailiff to go back there and see where she is as far as interviewing Mr. Spears? Shouldn't take that long. Bring the grand jury in, if you will. All rise for the grand jury, please. Okay, one can be seated. Who's the foreperson of the grand jury? Mr. Foreman, would you stand just for a second? Look, could you wait just a second? Wait, hold on, counsel. Walk around the grand jury. Don't be walking in front of me in the grand jury. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Foreperson, did 9 or more of you vote on each one of these indictments that you have?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and is your report there complete? Okay, you hand it to the bailiff. Okay. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm just now getting used to writing 2022, and I sometimes put 1922. Now it's fixing to be 23, you know? Jeez. Yeah. Okay, well, I have reviewed your report. It's a brief one this time, very brief report. We will either we'll review these and the staff lawyer and I will take a look at them and we'll decide whether it needs a warrant. The person is in custody. We'll issue summons to make sure they appear, that they're not a danger of flight risk or danger to the public. We'll make that decision. So the next time you're to come in for the last time of this calendar year is on December the 8th. Okay, and let's call back in for special grand jury. I will remind you that you need to keep all matters you consider confidential. And if you feel like anybody threatens or coerces you or try to inappropriately contact you, immediately call the sheriff's department or the Commonwealth Attorney's office directly, and we'll take care of that. Okay. I'll rise to the grand jury. You're released. Have a wonderful day. Is that it? Let's see, is that it for an active docket? Go back there and bring him. I mean, what are they? We got the report back on Mr. Spears. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commonwealth versus Jason Spears. Commonwealth versus Jason Spears, 22 CR 0084. You're still Jason Spears?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to sign the order. He hasn't signed this document. You swear that all of the statements are correct, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna appoint you a public advocate. I'm gonna reserve whether you have to pay or not. You have two sets of twins. And you're not working anywhere?
I'm not getting any more.
Well, the thing, the thing that I wonder about is you're helping somebody farming, that's good. But you're not making any money. And you want the state to pay for your attorney. And are you paying, do the children live with you? And is she working anywhere?
Yeah, she works for home health.
Well, I'll reserve later about that, but it appears to me that some juncture you're gonna need to start reporting some income on the farming you're doing or get you a job and help the public raise your children. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with operating a motor vehicle under the influence, possession of controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle and expired plate. Okay, you understand those charges?
Yeah.
You acknowledge the receipt, the identity of your client received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. December the 2nd is the negotiation date. The next court date is December 8th. Both of them are conditions of your bond. I would suggest when you come back, if you work out an agreement, it would be pretty good if you told the court that you were making some effort to have some kind of public employment or having a job. I don't know if you're guilty of anything or not. So I'm not, but I will tell you that if you are guilty of something, it's going to help you if you've got a job and making some effort to be contributive to society. Okay, thank you very much. Davis County. Davis County, are you on the line? And then we'll go to Barron after that. Davis County. Okay, they're not on. If you get our probation parole officer, try to call me, okay? When he comes back in. Barron County. Barron County.
Morning.
Okay, good morning. Do you have males and females there, or you want to do the males first or what?
We have both here, so it's up to you.
Okay, well, let's start off with Ashley Kaysen. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Ashley Kaysen. Says it's up for review, is that correct? DPA, you need to turn your microphone on.
Apologize, Your Honor. This is the female that you had requested I speak to earlier in the docket.
Yes, yeah. I had put on the docket because she allegedly had a dirty test. What do you got going on here?
Your Honor, I've spoken to Ms. Kaysen. She is open to treatment. She does have some complications in her life, and she is asking for IOP based on that. She has a juvenile son who has had some behavioral issues lately, and some legal issues related to that. She's very concerned about his care and his custody, as currently he's residing with her great grandparents who are in their 80s, and she's concerned about the safety for all involved regarding that. She very much is open to treatment. She just wants to make sure she's out to financially support her son and care for him.
Okay, let me hear from her a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Kaysen, do you have a job now? Hello, Ms. Kaysen? The microphone must be off there. I can't hear what she's saying.
I do.
You do have a job. Okay, it wasn't the microphone.
Okay, I guess it was me.
Where are you working?
Southern Kentucky Harvard Warren in Gamalion.
How many hours a week are you working?
We work 4 days a week, 22.
Okay, where is the, I guess probation parole, where are they at now? Is the probation officer with you there, Anne Marie?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll put him on there. You swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Inquire of him a little bit there, counsel.
State your name for the record.
Ryan Collins, I'm with probation and parole here in Monroe
And
County.
are you familiar with Ashley Kaysen?
I am.
Could you please tell the judge a little bit about her
Will
situation?
you scoot to your right a little bit? Thank you. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. She reported to me last Wednesday for regular scheduled report day. She was positive for methamphetamine. And I set her up with a social service to be assessed for treatment purposes. The SSC called me after she was assessed, was very concerned with Miss Kaysen, stated that she had made a statement that she's either used meth or cut her wrist, and she wanted me to do a welfare check. Done the welfare check, and at that time she wasn't. The SSC stated she was not interested in treatment at that time. We decided to lodge her based on the fact of the suicidal thoughts or comment. Went seen her at the jail Monday. Went to take her a RKC packet. The SSC had wanted her to go to long-term treatment. And I spoke to Miss Kaysen. She stated she is taking care of her son who is having a lot of problems. She does have a home and she does work a full-time job. I spoke with the SSC about maybe IOP, so in attempts to keep her home and her job and to keep her child somewhat normality of life. But I didn't. She wasn't real happy about treatment. She was more worried about getting out of jail. So I really didn't. At that point, I didn't really know what we needed to do besides just to have a hearing on to see if she wanted treatment or not.
Okay, Miss Kaysen. I don't like to keep anybody in jail. I don't come over here every day, think, well, how many people can I keep in jail? How many people can I cause to lose their job or not be there for their son? But we're concerned about you. When they call me and told me this sort of thing, I'm concerned about you. Okay. Now, do you think that you can cooperate with probation and parole and try to get somebody to talk to? Everybody in the world has some days they got to have people they talk to, especially when they got a lot put on them. If I go ahead and cut you loose, will you agree to come over and cooperate with them as far as any treatment that they reckon? I'm talking about outpatient. I'm not talking about taking it. Will you do that? I can't hear you.
I'll do whatever I have to. I don't know where the mic is.
Well, you're all right now. Okay. But see, you say you will if you have to, and I'm telling you, you have to.
I know, I'm most definitely.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let them cut you loose today. And what sort of specific arrangements do we need to make with probation and parole and to make sure she goes somewhere to receive some help?
Your Honor, if she'll I'll contact the social service clinician today and let her know what's going on. And if she will contact Ms. Kaysen will contact me tomorrow, we can get her all set up, get the paperwork signed, and get the ball rolling on this thing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you out at 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, can you get somebody to pick you up? What time? Can you work tomorrow? What time if you get out? Could you go to work tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Friday. We don't work on Fridays.
Okay, well,
My mom would be the only person I have to take me back to my house, but she also works on Fridays.
she works on when?
She works Fridays.
Okay,
She
can
works
she come over after work today and get you?
today.
Yeah, if I let you out, will she come over and get you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna let you out if she comes and gets you. And I want you to live at the foot of the cross between now and tomorrow. Don't want you out like doping or anything. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It'd be a bad thing for you because I don't want to send you up, but I will, okay? And don't you do anything to yourself tonight or I'm gonna be mad at you, okay? Okay, okay, I'll sign the papers that your mom can pick you up, what, like 5 o'clock or something like that? Is that okay?
That'd be fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Stacy Flippin. Commonwealth versus Stacy Flippin. 21 CR 0048 for revocation, and then we have an arraignment on 22 CR 0084. Are you Stacy Flippin, sir?
Yes, sir.
You were you born in 1964?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number 1815.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're represented by counsel here, DPA's on. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with fleeing or evading the police, resisting arrest, trafficking in controlled substance, possession of controlled substance, trafficking in controlled substance, again, first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, and being a persistent felony offender on the trafficking one on hydrocodone and another trafficking one on methamphetamine. Do you understand those charges, Mr. Bayless?
Yes.
And take that back to the public defender back there. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea or not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, we'll have a negotiation day on December the 2nd, and the next court date will be December the 8th. What is this gentleman's bond?
Judge, he's being held on a revocation action as well.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, we'll just see him on the 2nd and 8th unless you file another motion. Okay, thank you very much.
That's my attorney, please.
Hey, Stacy, I got your message that something we'll have to discuss with Mr. Stockton on the 2nd, okay?
May not be able to make it to the second, but thank you.
Well, wait just a second, come back up here.
What's going on, Stacy?
I need surgery.
Okay, well, okay, wait, listen, I don't want you to have to talk about any private medical things in public like this, so I'm going to have your attorney step out before I leave here today and talk to you, okay? So we don't miss anything, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Commonwealth versus David Bridges, is that correct? Commonwealth versus David Bridges. Are you David Bridges?
Sir.
You born in 1970? Last 4 digits of your social security number are 6243. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we're here on 22 CR 0064 and 22 CR 0081. Okay, what does the Commonwealth have to say on these cases?
Your Honor, he is a co-defendant to Brian Walker. We're just needing to set him for negotiation day in December and see if we can work anything out. If not, we're going to be getting a trial date for both him and Mr. Walker.
Okay, that's the December 2nd negotiation day in December 8th. What are this gentleman's bonds? Does anybody know what his bond is?
Yes, Your Honor. He's showing that he has a $10,000 cash or property bond.
Okay, we have a $10,000 cash bond on this. Why is that?
And 20,000 security on his other pay. He's coming back as a moderate 4, and Judge, you did have another Barron Circuit case.
There was another case in Barron. Do you know what the bond is over in Barron? Okay, if you want a bond reduction, I don't have enough information here. If you want to talk to bond reduction, talk to the Commonwealth and we'll see what we can do, okay? I don't know what the situation is. Okay, Christopher Caraway.
Judge,
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Bridge.
I have a bond in Barron County. That case has been settled. I got 2 years, supervised probation.
Yeah, well, nobody's saying anything to me. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is I need to find out. Counselor, do you know about that? What's
Your Honor,
going
that-
on? Somebody needs to tell me something.
Your Honor, that is true. He is on probation out of Barron County with a referral to go to treatment. He missed the bed date a few months ago due to these cases being pending. I believe I had requested that his bond be unsecured so that we could get him into a treatment program on the last court
Well,
date.
you need to talk to the Commonwealth. What does the Commonwealth know about this case? I mean, I got a large bond on him and I don't, is there any reason for me to have this bond on him? How long has he been in jail?
4 months.
It's my understanding that Mr. Stockton.
Wait, what did Mr. Stockton say?
Mr. Stockton, just his notes just say that he's wanting a trial date pretty quickly on this one. And
Well, I
he's-
tried to set one quickly and they
Yeah,
weren't
yeah,
available.
so see if we can work something out on the second. If not, then
But I'm gonna talk about the bond though. Why is the bond that high? Because he was charged in another county with something? Is that why, or does he have any FTAs or what do we have here?
He did have an FDA who was originally brought in July the 27th on a 22 F-289 for Barron County. And then he was served with a Monroe indictment, the 22.
When was the FTA? Failure to appear.
He had an FTA, July 28th, 2022.
Where was that at?
Here in Monroe County.
Was it in district court?
Yes,
Had an FTA in district court, probably the reason it's so high. Do you have anybody can make a property bond for you, Mr. Bridges?
No, sir.
Well, I'll change it to a $25,000 clerk approved surety on the thing. If the Commonwealth have any objection to that. He's already settled his case over in Barron County, so I'll let you get somebody to come in and sign a clerk approved surety. That'll make you have a greater probability and then put you under curfew. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Christopher Caraway. Are you Christopher Caraway? Are you Christopher Caraway? You have to say something. You have to speak up.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Caraway, we're here on 22 CR 0042. Were you born in 1984?
Yes.
Last 4 digits of social security number 1014.
Yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Stockton was wanting to put this case off to next month, rule day, so that we can see if there's a resolution in it. What's
the charge? Trafficking. What's the bond on this one here?
Your Honor, Mr. Caraway has a surety bond in this case. He's being held by a separate case in, I believe, Adair County.
Okay. Okay. Well, Mr. Caraway, we got a negotiation date on December 2nd, and your next court date here is on the 8th. You already have a bond you can make here, and you have to do the handle the Adair County case. Okay. Ryan Carnahan. Commonwealth versus Ryan Carnahan, 22 CR 0054. Are you Ryan Carnahan? Mr. Carnahan, you're gonna have to speak up because it's okay. Were you born in 1989?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number is 7655. We're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We're needing to set this for a negotiation day in December. It's my understanding that Ms. Hunter's not been able to speak to.
We did
Yeah,
speak, I was unable to make the settlement conference due to having the flu last week. Mr. Stockton and I spoke about this this week. We intend to tender an order for mediation for Mr. Carnahan that we'd like to do after the first of the year. That way I can complete some investigation that Mr. Stockton agrees needs to be done before we mediate this.
Okay, y'all want to enter an agreed order on that?
We will, Your Honor. And then also, Your Honor, before the docket is over, I do need to approach you regarding an ex parte matter on Mr. Carnahan,
Okay.
but I can wait when we're
How
done.
far out? Okay, how far out do you need to set the next?
If we could set the next, I think January would be sufficient, Your Honor.
January 19th.
Thank you.
Okay, and then you'll have some motions you need to bring in chambers about getting him some help, I guess. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you very much. Kelsey Cox. Commonwealth versus Kelsey Cox. This is 21 CR 0020. Are you Kelsey Cox? Are you Kelsey Cox? You need to speak up.
Sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1992? Were you born in that? Okay. The last four digits, your social security number 9782.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this?
Ooh, we've got a diversion agreement.
Okay. Ms. Cox, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Okay, you're going to have to get up closer to the microphone where I can hear you.
No, sir.
Okay. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0020?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice? Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. I'm going to go down through those, and if anytime you have any questions, you can raise your hand, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. By entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you had any felony convictions in the last 10 years? Okay. Do you understand that if you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed? You understand that? I can't hear it all now. Will you say something else? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Okay. You understand if you complete the diversion program, you will, if you don't complete the diversion program successfully, you'll be brought back in front of the court and a hearing will be set. And if I avoid your diversion, then a pre-sentence investigation report will be done. You'll be a convicted felon. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Okay. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the social service clinician and will follow any recommendations. Defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court, shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. Defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay, knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to enter this plea and allow the court to fix your punishment?
Yes, sir.
Will you hold the document up with your signature to the camera, counsel? Is that your signature there, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll accept the agreement, sign the diversion order. Probation and parole will be over to meet with you. Now, is she to be released immediately, or what does the agreement say?
Your Honor, she's needing to report in Glasgow on November the 14th at 9 a.m. with probation and parole. And she'll have to be released, yes, now.
That's a little far out for me. You know,
She can be released now, but she
I know, but it's a little far out for me to have her between now and the 14th, not to have any supervision from probation and parole.
I can report Monday, first thing Monday morning, because I live in Tennessee. So I can report first thing Monday morning if I need to.
Can y'all send somebody in to talk to her today, probation parole?
Yes, he said he can.
Yeah, I'll have somebody over to talk to you today, young lady, so you won't have to come back. Okay, so they'll come talk to you and then we'll release you after that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Robert Cox. Commonwealth versus Robert Cox. 17 CR 0013, motion to revoke probation, and 18 CR 0040 for arraignment. Are you Robert Cox? Okay. Will somebody there in the jail take a look at that microphone and see if we can get it closer to them or something? It's just not picking up right. I think it might be our system here because this microphone's not picking up out here.
Is that better, Judge?
Well, I hope so. Yeah. Let's try it now. Are you Robert Cox?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's better. Okay. Were you born in 1957?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The last 4 digits of social security number is 6177.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy, it looks like. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with traffic and controlled substance methamphetamine. You want to take that back? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we want to set this for negotiation on the 2nd. And the next court date's on the 8th, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Amy Cropper. Amy Cropper. Commonwealth versus Amy Cropper. This is 21 CR 0084 and 22 CR 0037. It's a motion for shock probation. Okay, we've got the microphone all right, but the camera is pointed too high now. Will you lower the camera? Mr. Garrett, you have filed this motion.
Yes, Judge. Judge, this is our motion for shock probation for Ms. Cropper. Since her plea, she has been in custody consecutively since then. What was
the date of that? What was the date of that?
Judge, I believe that was May 20th, if I'm correct.
Go ahead.
May 19th. Judge, and we would ask the court to consider granting her shock probation with what other conditions the court would deem necessary. If the court wanted her to wear or be ordered to any type of assessment, she would be agreeable to that. She does have D felonies, and so we're asking the court to basically shock probate her.
What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Commonwealth opposes the motion, Your Honor. She has had a variety of different infractions of the law, including drug charges, burglary charges, and what could have been an armed robbery charge, but wasn't. I think it just was incorporated into one of the burglary. But we just feel that she got a sweetheart deal to begin with.
Well, I don't, we've reviewed the file. It does seem to be that there almost like a one-person crime wave here. There doesn't any reason to give why this lady should have shock probation. She entered into this plea agreement, didn't express any plans or needs or any reason for us to deviate from the agreement said. So I'm going to deny the motion for shock probation. Okay, Chase Dodson. (21 CR 0062). Are you Chase Dodson? You born in 1995? Mr. Dodson, were you born in 1995? Okay, now I can't hear Mr. Dodson again, so.
Yes, sir. I was born.
Okay. Last four digits of your social security number, 6480.
Yes.
Okay, this is another motion, Mr. Garrett.
Judge, this is our motion for shock probation. Mr. Dodson has been in custody for several months now. He was revoked recently for allegation of absconding. What we would ask the court to do is essentially shock probate him. He has had some opportunity in jail to reflect on his lack of reporting. We would ask the court to reorder probation in this case with whatever conditions the court deemed necessary.
What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we oppose the motion for shock probation because Mr. Dotson, he's never applied whenever he's been on probation before. So we think that him being incarcerated right now is appropriate.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Garrett?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to deny the motion for shock probation. There's no evidence that anything has changed. Is that somebody banging back there? Okay. Thank you very much. Jason Grider. We skip Jeannie Ford. Yeah. Jason Grider. Are you Jason Grider?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 22 CR 0091. Mr. Grider, were you born in 1978?
Sir, it was.
Last four digits of your social security number, 1251.
Sir.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir, I don't.
Did he fill out an application? Do you desire to have a public advocate, public defender? Mr. Grider, you want me to appoint you a lawyer if you're qualified?
Yeah, if you don't care.
Okay, let me look at your affidavit they've got here.
Your Honor, I'm not showing that one is done.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have send them over to the jail and let them do a form on you. I'm going to go ahead and appoint Office of Public Advocacy to represent you at this arraignment, subject to representing you later if you qualify. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, wanton endangerment in the first degree, criminal abuse in the first degree, and being a persistent felony offender under wanton endangerment first and criminal abuse first. You want to, counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client. Your indictment's on the way back to you. Acknowledge you received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you raise your right hand, Mr. Greider? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to send an affidavit over to you, and you need to fill it out under the oath, and I'll sign it, the oath I gave you. Do you have any assets or money or land or anything that would be sufficient to allow you to get an attorney?
No, sir.
Okay, well, I'll have the form signed, and once we get it back, I'll sign the order to do that. Counsel, I'll go ahead and sign a reciprocal discovery order in this case and have the discovery sent to you to make sure he doesn't fall through a crack somewhere here, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Catherine Grider.
Can I get a bond reduction?
You'll have to talk to your attorney first. You got these PFO charges and things, and they'll have to review. So you got a right for one motion as a matter, and I don't want you to use it up today. You understand what I mean? Until you talk to your lawyer. She can talk to the Commonwealth, and we'll consider it. Commonwealth versus Catherine Grider here for arraignment. Are you Catherine Grider?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1964?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 7795.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir. No.
Do we have a form on her?
Yeah, apparently they must have come in at the same time. And didn't have-
Okay, will you raise your right hand, ma'am? You swear the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you related to Jason Grider that was just here?
Yes, sir. My husband.
What's your, okay. So I'm going to go ahead based upon, do you agree with the testimony that he gave that y'all don't have assets sufficient to hire an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a form filled out. You're under oath now, and when they come over, they can fill the form out and I'll sign the order. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, wanton endangerment in the first degree, and criminal abuse in the first degree. Here you go, Mr. Baylor. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client. Indictments on the way back to you. Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll do it. Schedule. You do the same thing, a review of a bond with the Commonwealth. December the 2nd for a conference day, and the next December 8th is the next court day. Both of those are conditions of bond. So, Counselor, I want you to review with these people pretty soon the bond situations on both of them. We didn't have any affidavits or anything on DPA or anything, and so I really don't know who's talked to them about what. So I want you to get over and see them pretty quick, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Carolyn Hall. Carolyn Hall. Commonwealth versus Carolyn Hall. You have Miss Hall there?
She's detained.
Pardon?
She's detained at the second, but she's on her way.
Okay. Everybody there's detained, aren't they? So really. Commonwealth versus Billy Key. Commonwealth versus Billy Key.
Yes, sir.
Are you Billy Key?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1978?
68.
1968, okay. Last four digits, social security number 7694.
Yes, sir.
We're on 22 CR 0058. That's where I got for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Key, a motion has been filed that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in 22 CR 0058?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter and the charges with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you're fully informed about the case? Are you fully informed about the case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. If at any time you don't understand any of the rights I'm reading, raise your hand and I'll ask you that. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. Understand that by entering this guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation for probation parole. In the event that I don't accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that? Okay, Ms. Gordon Anderson, will you tell us what the Commonwealth's recommendation is here?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. Then it agrees to be assessed by the social service clinician and will follow any recommendations thereof. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant agrees that the 2018 Jeep Renegade shall be released to the lien holder. All cell phones seized during this investigation shall be released to their rightful owner. Upon documentation being shown, the defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained, and the defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to, sir? Is that what you agreed to? Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts in the indictment or as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this of your own free will and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it still your desire to allow the court to finish the punishment as permitted by law, subject to your being able to withdraw your plea as I explained to you?
Yes, sir. I
You understand that after entering a guilty plea, any convictions in the future will be used to enhance the range of penalty.
I understand.
Will you, Counselor, will you hold the agreement up to the camera there so he can see if that's his signature?
Yes.
Okay. I will schedule a pre-sentence, a sentencing on December 8th. Now, is there any time to serve under this agreement before he gets on probation?
No, Judge.
And what's his bond now?
He's got an unsecured bond. He was released yesterday on Tuesday by Allen Circuit. I just think the order for his bond has not gotten signed and processed by the judge. But I think he should be getting out today.
From Allen County, is that why he's over there? Has he made a bond here in Monroe County?
Yes, Judge. He has an unsecured bond in both Allen and Monroe. It's just a matter of getting the Allen County bond signed by the judge.
He's subject to, is he on bond here? I don't see where anybody's made his bond here. It's just a $15,000 court approved surety. So somebody will come and do that and he'll, live by the curfew. I'll allow him out until his sentencing.
He didn't have anybody that could sign that for him, Judge. It was my understanding that you were gonna allow him out without a signature. Or allow him to serve as his own surety.
Megan, you remember that? I see so many people, I don't remember. Is there a notation in the docket here? Yeah. I don't have that in the docket. Just, I'll lower it to $10,000 clerk approved surety and let him out till the 8th. Okay.
I got nobody to sign it, Your Honor. Nobody. I'll report to probation.
Your Honor, if he were to get out, he does need to report to probation and parole on Monday,
Okay, well, at what time?
Just 9 o'clock.
9 a.m.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you out is the probation parole office over in Glasgow? Is that where he's supposed to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna let you out. I'm gonna go ahead and let you out on your own signature on Monday morning, okay? So you can go over there. I won't keep you till the 8th. But don't let us down, okay? You'll still be under a curfew. Where are you gonna be living, sir?
Elliot,
Well, I mean, you'll need to give him the house that you're gonna be living in when you get over there. I won't ask you to broadcast it here, okay? But give him at that address and you'll be under a curfew. Go to work, church, doctor, or meet with your lawyer, okay?
All right.
Okay. Okay, Kevin Purdue. Kevin Purdue. Are you Kevin Purdue? This is 22 CR 0043. Mr. Purdue, what year were you born? 1990? Is that correct? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the last 4 digits of social security number 1296. Is that correct?
Sir.
Okay. We're here on a pretrial conference. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. What does the Commonwealth have to say in Mr. Purdue's case?
Your Honor, Mr. Purdue was not transported to negotiation day in November, so we're needing another date so that we can try to work on this case.
Okay, what are the charges that you've chosen on him here?
Your Honor, Mr. Purdue is charged with receiving stolen property under $10,000.
Is that all?
That is
So
all.
he
Your
charged what's his bond decision over here, pre-trial?
Mr. Honor.
You need to speak up a little bit.
I'm showing 10,000 cash, Your Honor.
10,000 cash.
Let me see if that cash was referred either.
Why is that?
He's a moderate 7, Your Honor, to reoffend, but he's a high 6 for SBAs.
Judge, he was in NCS.
Okay, he was an NCIC, I understand. So if you want a bond reduction, you'll have to make a motion on that. We will have a negotiation day on December the 2nd, and the next court appearance on December the 8th. Okay, thank you. Torrance Portia. Torrance Portia. Are you Torrance Portia? This is 22 CR 0066. Mr. Portia, what is your year of birth? What is your year of birth, sir?
3.
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
1296.
Okay, we're here today at a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we're needing to schedule this for a negotiation day in December. Mr. Stockton said that he would agree to release Mr. Portia on a secured bond.
On a what?
secured, but
secured bond.
Okay. Okay, the next negotiation day is 9 a.m. on December the 2nd. And the next court appearance are December 8th. Mr. Portia, do you have someone that could make a bond for you? They don't have to put cash up. They just have to prove that they're worth the amount of the bond. You have anybody who will make a bond for you?
Sir.
I can't hear you. You're gonna have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
You do have someone, so I'll make a $15,000 clerk approved surety bond and put you under a curfew wherever you're living to stay there, except for going to church, work, the doctor, or meet with your attorney. So they can come in here at, there's a holder on you, sir, from Barron Circuit. So the only thing I can do is make a bond here and you'll have to take care of that over the Barron Circuit. What's the charge in Barron Circuit for? Okay. Okay, well, just forget that with that charge. I'm not gonna. You just have to file a motion for bond reduction. So what's the bond I have set on him now?
50,000 for the surety. And give your have a him hold an FTA, but that hasn't been.
Okay, well, I'll leave the $15,000 surety will remain in place with the ankle bracelet, okay? Michael Reed. Are you Michael Reed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here on 22 CR 0090 for the purpose of arraignment. Were you born in 1982, Mr. Reed?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 5155.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today on an arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Can you afford one? Okay, do we have an affidavit on him? Okay. Doesn't have any information on it. Where do you work, Mr. Reed?
Work from home.
Do what?
Work from home, bacon.
Baking, did you say?
Yeah.
What's your average monthly income?
200.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to, he hasn't signed this affidavit. I don't know. I'll go ahead and swear you in. You swear the contents of the affidavit are truth, the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did y'all go to the jail and fill this out with him, or how did he fill it out?
Your Honor, I'm not sure who filled that one out, but I've been doing mine telephonically. Some of them I was told to put a virtual signature on, some of them I wait until like in district court when they're here, I actually take them into the room and swear
Okay,
them
well,
in.
we need to make some provision for them to sign these things if they're incarcerated. Okay.
And Your Honor, do you want us to go to swear them in at that time, the officer that did that, or do you want us to wait?
Yeah, it'd be
and do that?
good. I mean, if you don't, I have to swear them in here.
But it's okay for us
You know,
to do that. like we-
Well, if you're a notary, how you swear anybody in? I know, but I mean, what authority do you have to administer oath? You have to administer oath, you've got to be a judicial officer or a notary. So I just say, if y'all been administering oaths and you aren't either one of them, the documents probably aren't any good. Okay, we're here for arraignment. Office of Public Advocacy has been appointed. You are charged with criminal abuse in the first degree. Do you understand that charge, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client received indictment, away formal reading and arraignment, inter plea of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
You reserve all pretrial motions. You reserve all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the bond in this case, did you say? Pretrial? Look in the file and see what his bond is. What? 10,000 cash. Okay, if you want a bond reduction, you'll need to talk to your attorney then. Isaac Roddy. Isaac Roddy. 19 CR 00102 and 19 CR 0093. Are you Isaac Roddy?
Sir.
Were you born in 1991?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6774. You're represented on, and Mr. Garrett. Mr. Garrett, your client's here on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Stockton is wanting to set this for negotiation day in December. Just pass this.
Pass the motion.
Yeah, pass the motion to revoke and see if we can. Figure out both of
Negotiation day is on the 2nd, I believe. The next rule day is on the 8th, so both of them will be conditions being held without bond, I guess. What are the nature of allegations as far as his violations?
Use of fentanyl and attempting to alter a drug screen.
Okay, 2nd and the 8th. Then. Andrea Stinson. Commonwealth versus Andrea Stinson. 22 CR 0089. Are you Andrea Stinson?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 1838.
Yes.
Okay, you don't have a lawyer.
No, sir.
Did you fill out an affidavit at the jail?
I believe I might have.
Okay, you need to step away. You need to step away from the camera so you can see your face. That's perfect right there. Y'all have an affidavit on her?
It's not signed. We do have it completed. I'll make sure that.
So you're making $800 a month or $3,200 a month? Which one?
Well, it varies from month to month.
Well, where do you work?
I own my own business from home.
Yeah. What kind of business is that?
Baking.
Baking. You're a baker too. There are a lot of bakers going on over there. Okay.
I've had my own business for 3 years now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me, I'll go ahead and sign this and reserve for a later date to determine. You raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear that everything that you put in the affidavit is true, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll make some provision for you to sign that. Okay, the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with criminal abuse in the first degree. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counselor, there might be a conflict situation here. So you'll need to do two individuals, both charged, it appears. So I'll send that I'll send the indictment back for the purpose of arraignment. You acknowledge the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Set it for the 2nd and the 8th, and I would request you take a real quicker look at the potential conflict or waiver of counsel to see if we need to have somebody else
Yes, Your Honor.
appointed, okay?
And Your Honor, I'm sure Ms. Stinson would ask the court if the court would consider a bond reduction at this time. I'm not familiar with her case. I apologize. I don't have additional information, but I'm sure.
I don't have enough information about it either, but if you'll consult with her and consult with the Commonwealth, I wouldn't object to considering that.
Okay.
Okay. Terry Strode. I mean, it's a serious charge she has, so I'm just not going to flippantly do it. Terry Strode. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Terry Strode, 22 CR 0032. We're here on a pretrial conference. Mr. Strode, were you born in 1972?
Sure.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3139. Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. Mr. Poindexter represent Mr. Strode. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we're needing to get a pretrial date and a trial date for next year.
And
Mr. Strode is Mr. Strode a state prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you have to say, Mr. Poindexter?
Your Honor, this case, you had continued it generally last month because the case is on appeal to the Supreme Court regarding the search warrant. That if the search warrant is thrown out, then the evidence in this case will be thrown out. And so I'm not sure how it ended up back on the pretrial docket, but you had continued it generally until they ruled.
Do you agree that the search in this case is germane to this charge? The Commonwealth agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
We do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I will tell you, I'll just continue it since he's a state prisoner. We will formally continue it until it's re-noticed by the Commonwealth after there's been a decision on the search. Is that okay with the Commonwealth?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now if at any time Mr. Strode is released on his present charges or term, then I'd like a hold, and we'll take a look at what kind of bonds would be appropriate then. Okay? Okay, thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very much. Callie Strong. Callie Strong. Commonwealth versus Callie Strong. 22 CR 0061. Are you Callie Strong? Were you born in 1969?
Yes.
Were the last 4 digits of your social security number 7609?
Yes.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. I see Mr. Bell has turned his camera on there. Mr. Bell, do you represent this gentleman?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Let you enter your appearance. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging Mr. Strong with expired or no license plates, possession of a controlled substance in the 1st degree, possession of marijuana, operating a motor vehicle under the influence and possession of a controlled substance in the 3rd degree. Do you understand those charges? Now, I've got the indictments here, and I guess along with the discovery that is coming along, I'll just give them the Commonwealth. Are you going to pick up the discovery, or the discovery going to be mailed to you by the Commonwealth, Mr. Bell?
I'll pick it up, Judge.
Okay, well, I'll leave copies of the indictments then, so you constructively have possession of the indictment. You waive formal reading of arraignment, identify your client, acknowledge that, and enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. The 2nd and the 8th. Second for comment.
Judge, if we may, I would like to ask the court to consider ORing Mr. Strong. He does have a $15,000 surety bond. He's not been able to make that. He's been in custody for some time.
How long is sometime?
How long you been in jail, Kaylee?
It's October the 19th.
So I guess almost a month.
What are the charges again? They were driving under the influence and possession. What? He was an NCIC. You're well at Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell?
I'm not aware of that, Judge.
Yeah, I changed it to no bond based upon him coming to NCIC till he had counsel. So you can take a look at him, get to know him a little bit better and talk to Commonwealth, and I'll consider a bond change if you come up with anything, okay?
Yes, sir, Judge.
Shasta Vaughn. Shasta Vaughn. (22 CR 0055). Lower the camera there a little bit. Are you Shasta Vaughn?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0055. Miss Vaughn, were you born in 1987?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 3221.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're represented by Mr. Ken Garrett here, who's on the line. This is a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to report?
Judge, we'll need a trial date.
Does she have any co-defendants?
She does not.
Okay, what charges of the Commonwealth are y'all electing?
Multiple wanton endangerments, criminal mischief.
Okay, so this is more than a one-day trial, is what you're telling me.
Well,
You what?
maybe not, Judge.
The attempted murder of a police officer also, is that correct?
That in this?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Garrett, when can you be ready for trial?
Judge, I have two trials scheduled within the next 10 days.
Well, I'm not going to have anything during the next 10 days, so that should.
But if the court's willing to set this over to after January 23rd, sometime in February or March, that would be helpful.
I'd rather set it for sometime in January.
Judge, I've got one murder case in Allen County that's going to go that month.
What day is that?
That's going to be the 23rd through the 27th and possibly spilling into the next week.
Well, what about January 4th and 5th? How's the Commonwealth on that?
Okay.
Yeah, that works for us.
I can do that.
Okay. Are there any pretrial motions that need to be filed?
None that I'm aware of, Judge. There may be
Okay, well, I'll
some.
go ahead. If you have any, file them by December, on the December 8th rule day. Have any
Okay.
motions that you need to do. That'll be the final pretrial in case because of the seriousness of the charge. Okay?
Thank you.
Commonwealth versus Melinda Webb. Melinda Webb. Commonwealth versus Melinda Webb. This is 22 CR 0068. Are you Melinda Webb? Okay. You're here on a pretrial conference. Year of birth 1977. Is that right? Okay, and the last four digits is social security number 0010. Is that correct? You need to speak up. I can't hear at all.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What does the Commonwealth have in this case?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
The grand jury of Monroe County has indicted you, and now the motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in the indictment? Is your judgment impaired in any way today? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice? You need to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. If at any time you don't understand something I say, raise your hand and I'll stop and explain it to you. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a plea today, you give up those rights. Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, excuse me, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty of possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall enter and complete a long-term treatment to be provided and set up by the DPA. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court, and the defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
What's the court cost? $215 will be the court cost. I'll address that at sentencing. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment or the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing this to your own free will?
Yes, sir.
You know, your constitutional rights is still your desire to waive those rights and allow the court to fix punishment within the range permitted by law.
Yes.
You understand that after this plea or after your sentence in this plea, any future convictions can be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law as far as the range of penalty. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Counselor, will you hold the signature up for this lady to look at? Is that your signature?
yes, sir.
I'll accept the plea, set the sentencing for December 8th, and allow, they'll come over and interview you as on probation parole will. Now, who do we have left on the, we go back up to Miss Jenna Ford. Is that the last one? Okay, Jenna Ford. Okay. Okay, Jenna Ford. Are you Jenna Ford? Are you Jenna Ford?
Yes.
Okay. Were you born in 1995?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the last four digits of social security number is 7835. Is that correct? We're here on 22 CR 0088 for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
Sir?
Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Have you filled out an affidavit?
No, sir.
Okay,
Your Honor, I think she was appointed in district court.
I'll continue the appointment. Okay, the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with assault in the second degree. You understand that? You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client. The indictment's on the way back for you, to you. You acknowledge receipt of the indictment away, formal reading and arraignment, interplea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
It will set a negotiation day for the 2nd, and the next court date is on the 8th.
Judge, and I'm sure that Ms. Ford would ask the court to consider some bond reduction at this time.
I'm sure she is, but I don't think you want to waive your one motion.
I do
She's
not, Your Honor.
she's charged with a very serious crime, and you need to talk to the Commonwealth about it, see if you can reach some agreement. If not, you probably need a hearing on it. Is that right? Ms.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll file a motion if that's.
Yeah, okay. Now, who else is there we have on the docket? Carolyn Hall. Yeah, I skipped that one. Is that the last one? Okay, Carolyn Hall. Are you Carolyn Hall? Are you Carolyn Hall? Okay. You born in 1981. Last four digits, social security number 4896. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This is 22 CR 0077. We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Hall.
Your Honor, I apologize. That is not correct. I spoke with Mr. Stockton late yesterday afternoon. We were going to put this on for the negotiation and pre-trials next month.
Okay. And 2nd for negotiation and the 8th for the next court date. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the add-on again?
Your Honor, I apologize. If I could address Ms. Hall's bond quickly. Ms. Hall is currently incarcerated. She has a number of very serious medical conditions. We are waiting on.
Well, what you need to
letters.
do is talk to the Commonwealth about her medical conditions and see what they have to say about it. I'm always willing to take those sort of things in consideration. So before you leave here today, Ms. Hall, your attorney, is going to talk to the Commonwealth, and that way we will retain some privacy as far as your situation. Okay. Okay. James Wolverton. James Wolverton. Commonwealth versus James Wolverton, which is 20 CR 004. Are you James Wolverton? Were you born in 1994? What are the last four digits of your social security number? 9480?
Sir.
Okay. So you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
I do not.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to appoint you a public advocate in reserve. What fee might be assessed till later? Who is that banging back there? Who is that? Okay, let me tell you something. You tell him if he bangs again, I'm going to hold him in contempt of court, okay? Okay, I'll appoint the public advocate. Sir, I'm going to arraign you on these charges. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by deception. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Wolverton? Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you hand this back to public defender back there? You acknowledge his identity, you say, waive formal reading, enter plea of not guilty, set it up for December 2nd and then December 8th, negotiation on the 2nd and the 8th, the next court date. Does Mr. Wolverton have other charges pending anywhere?
No, Your Honor, it was just when we spoke to you, so no bond because he was extradited on the Tennessee.
It's an extradition situation, so we'll probably NCIC, so I'll continue without bond until we can, then you can schedule a hearing. Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything else? Y'all have anybody else there in Glasgow that we haven't seen?
No, sir, that would be all.
Okay, thank you for your cooperation.
Your Honor, you had asked to readdress Mr. Flippin regarding his health issues, and I had discussed with him like you had requested.
Well, have you talked to the Commonwealth about it?
I was unable to because they were doing a hearing. I'm happy to speak with them.
Well, once y'all get together real quickly, and Mr. Flippin, they're going to discuss your situation and I'll still be here.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and cut y'all off here and we'll see what.
And Your Honor, if I could then approach up in the courtroom regarding the ex parte motion.
Well, I'll be here. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to Barron County for your cooperation. Okay. Let's go off.